Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は99日目です。It's day 99. Tomorrow is the big day. Uh, I think we have enough material for tomorrow. How organized it's going to be can be interesting. So, as a quick reminder, right? I typically choose a fairly lengthy day to do retrospection. Why 100? I think in the past year or two, I typically say minimum, or maybe in the last couple years, I typically say in the minimum of months. So if I were to do something for more than a month, I typically choose somewhere after a month to do some retrospection. Whichever is convenient. However, it can go way up. Like the upper limit is fairly varied. The minimum, the bottom line is at least a month. So 100 days seems like a pretty decent amount of day. I think SRS required a little bit longer, largely because I'm not familiar with it. On the flip side, today I have the Duolingo Spanish thing. We picked a logical closest month period, and from that experience, which Duolingo is different, I could say the upper limit is around 100 days. So I gave myself sufficient time. These days aren't like systematically the same throughout. Like I'm not gonna tell myself, oh, I'm gonna use this and it's got to be 30 days. It's got to be 60 days. So pardon my consistent inconsistency, but generally speaking, we play it by ear, fill it out, focus on the process, put a bottom line. I'm a bottom line kind of person, so as in the lower limit. So at least I typically ask myself at least how long, as opposed to at most how long. Or I think this is more common nowadays, exactly when you're going to do it, regardless, because of deadlines, right? And I totally get that from a professional standpoint or someone who makes a career in offering expectations, right? You set a deadline, you do it. For myself, it varies from case to case because I don't do this professionally. And also, since I don't do this professionally, I think the general aspect of my personality and workflow is that I do at least a certain amount, and sky's the limit. When professionally, I would cap that upper limit in order to be pragmatic, right? So that's where you have the two. But I feel like for all intents and purposes, most people choose an upper limit when they're doing something for fun, and then they choose both a lower limit and an upper limit, flatten that expectation to do something obligatory. So like how minimal effort you can do. This is not summarizing everyone. I'm talking about anecdotal experience over time, how people talk about their expectations, right? And this is from personal experience interacting with people online. And there could be plenty of reasons to explain it, like self-selection factors and whatnot. But generally speaking, the behavior is if you have to do it, there's a very narrow range. The bottom line is nearly identical with the upper limit. So that to me screams goal-oriented thinking. Basically, okay, so I failed if I don't become fluent in Japanese. I succeed if I become fluent in Japanese. How does that fluent vary between failing and succeeding? It's nebulously constructed as a single point. So that's the goal-oriented thinking, right? If you do not exceed past this point, you are a failure. If you do not, if you pass this point, you're a success. right? There's no range or differentiation or granularity between the upper limit and the lower limit. Give yourself a range of acceptable sufficiency versus a necessity. So for myself, tomorrow is day 100, and I feel that was the sufficient, it was a necessary bottom line I gave myself. And then between the bottom line, I guess I should really draw this, huh? So let's double back a little. So how do I define this? I feel the vast majority of people, right? This will be the y-axis would be, let's just say, experience, right? And if I were to anecdotally take average from the internet, my direct response, my personal experiences, and then if we're talking about obligation, right, it would look, the range would look like this, right, with a very dedicated center point. So then when it's not no obligation, sometimes it goes from the point, right, and it drops down. So they're more focused on looking at a lower limit. Oh, sorry, the other way around. More focused on looking at an upper limit than a lower limit, right? And so this is me. I'm not saying everyone, of course. The people that I tend to interact with may self-select themselves into these similar thoughts. So when I'm obligated to do something, I typically think of what I can do to be necessary, right? So this is necessary, but how high I can go is usually what extra things I can do, but they're not necessary, right? They're not necessary. So this would be extra. However, this, for me, WaniKani is not no obligation. I think I might have screwed up some of these, but we'll see. No obligations. So if I'm not obligated to do anything, like professionally, what I typically do is I take the upper limit of what I typically do as necessary, and this goes up to an undetermined variability, right? And this is an area of sufficiency. This area is dependent on arbitrary. This is an arbitrary checkpoint. So however I feel, and it's based on the process. So most of the time I make sure I clear necessity, which I typically clear around where I think I do extra. And then if I have to be pragmatic and obligated, I tend to look at whatever is necessary and what extra things I can do during that. In contrast, I think most people on average talk as though when they're obligated, they're looking at one fixed point. You have to cross this point, so they only view things as necessary. And for myself, this middle spot is sufficiency. And this extra spot here is reaching idealism. So very much like this, where, oh, okay, I think it's time. But generally in obligation, this is more like, instead of idealism, it's more like deadline. That's what restricts me. So if I'm doing a job professionally, I would be as pragmatic as possible to reach something that is necessary. And then everything else is sufficient to fulfill the task. But I will continue doing so until a deadline rises. So when someone asks me to do a project, like Project A, right? Project A, let's say it has a 30-day deadline. 30-day deadline. Right. A 30-day deadline. And I reached the necessary task by 15 days. I typically don't sit there for another 15 days doing, like, enjoying something else a lot of times, because I loved my job before this. I actually work on the next things. Whatever, like, I would elevate beyond Project A. I would do Project A plus during this time. So I'd be setting myself up ahead. And that doesn't typically have a deadline. It doesn't typically have an upper limit, right? It ends at the deadline. So I continue to do something else that's related to Project A continuously till there's a proper deadline. So this kind of thing helped me a lot when I was working professionally. Basically, I knew that there was a time when my boss or my mentor is going to say, your time is up, stop working on it, you got to wrap it up, present your stuff. And usually this is very unsatisfactory. I don't think I've ever truly felt satisfied. And you might be thinking, well, doesn't that make you depressed on everything you put out? It's like, yes and no. It does make me depressed and disappointed in myself most of the time. However, that disappointment was used as fuel for improvement, self-improvement. So it's one of those like gnarly situations that I think a lot of people in my position or related positions have problems with. The idea that whenever you are set with a deadline, you feel like you can do more. And that's the type of personality that I would say I gravitate towards and empathize with. Now, I don't think this is the average type of normalized behavior that I meet online. So why am I explaining all of this? Because tomorrow's 100-day review and today's, I'm going into a review period now. So in another 6 days, Hanzahiro has a review period. My like retrospection things are inevitably going to be unsatisfactory to me. They're going to be a lot of details, and then there are going to be a lot of incomplete things, largely because I tend to tackle as much as possible without doing a very great job, which I'm working on like covering up the ends, you know? Like the way to do that professionally is to ignore some things. Say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have time to address this, so we're just going to leave this out. And you can use your imagination or come back later, right? I do not do these retrospections tomorrow, today, and 6 days from now with the idea that I had to finish something. So it's not an obligation. So I'm in the not obligation situation. So many of these things that I'm talking about, even this thing, this bit right now that I'm talking about, it's something that I will continue to be working on every single day. Every time I have an opportunity to talk about it, every time I have to come up with a review thing, I'm continuously refining how to explain my process, right? The reason why I say this is oftentimes people talk about reviews as though it's an endpoint. right? Like, I recently got asked if Hanzahiro is good. That question is viewing Hanzahiro's experience as an endpoint. I don't know if it's good. It's continuously tentative for the foreseeable future. If not even at the end of Hanzahiro, that the value of Hanzahiro will go on beyond its content. So I try my best in these situations. Tomorrow's review of WaniKani will be what I literally did in order to make it feel like an endpoint, and then the rest of the stuff that I talk about, which is predominantly everything else of the review, is open-ended. So most of the time I want to keep that in mind. Average people, though, I think most of the time when they think of obligation, they think of a necessity, no point of sufficiency or improvement or sufficiency, right? Or I said sufficiency twice, but there's no range. There's usually they're so close, they're so stacked together that it's either past that point or below that point. So this is the 1, this is the 0, false and true. And then when they do obligations, this is where I've had opportunities where people think about language learning, right? Language learning often is voluntary, but it's viewed this way. Oh, there, Uni. Let me write this a little bit. Thanks again. So it's typically viewed this way, in my opinion, the way they talk. They take the necessary pattern that they have from their obligation. So these are equivalent at whatever that arbitrary feeling is. And the limit, the upper limit, is stretched a little bit, but it's a very defined upper limit. So this is defined as idealism. So the upper limit is when you choose to do something voluntarily with no obligation, there's an upper limit, and it's still viewed as 0 and 1. So this little range here is more like tolerance, as in, oh, you can tolerate being below this, but above a certain point, however narrow it is, it stretches a little bit. And anything beyond a certain point is successful. Anything below is failure, still with a small area of tolerance because of no obligation, right? And that's kind of how I view my discussions with most people's satisfaction when it comes to evaluating things. Like, did this product work? Do you like this product? So after past a certain tolerance, the product sucks, right? When you drop out of the tolerance of a product to achieve your ideal expectations, it's a failed product. You're not looking for anything else other than the exact point of success, in my opinion. Like, this is how I view when I talk to people. I'm far more relatable when I tend to talk like this versus how I express my actual ulterior motives and whatnot. Usually people don't stay for that because it takes a very long time, it's arbitrary, and the upper limit is very, very high, largely because I'm not obligated to do anything. When I'm obligated to do something, there's an upper limit, and that upper limit feels like an endpoint. So I want to say this now because this next couple weeks, or this next week, I'm going to be doing a lot of these, and this applies to everything else. Video games, when I do my opening opinions, you know, for day 1 opening opinions, and then I do my tentative takes, which is for any project that goes beyond a 30-day period, right, and beyond, and my ending candid conclusions, which they're conclusions for the time being. It's always almost 99% of the time for the time being. These are my current existing opinions. If you ask me again at a later time to reflect on the things I said then, it would slightly change because I'm no longer that person. And that's kind of the idea. This upper limit will continue to proceed. And most of the things I say and reflect are subject to change. So oftentimes I talk about candidness, opinions, and tentative. So they're opening opinions, tentative takes, and candid conclusions. That's how I view a lot of things. Life is on a continuum. So that's all I wanted to stack a little bit for tomorrow as a teaser. But today I also have one of them. It's on Duolingo Spanish, and it's been like, I think today is day 35. Yeah, so I found a convenient place. For WaniKani, it's tomorrow. It's day 100. And why is it day 100? What is my extension for drawing on the Google page? It's a Chrome extension called Web Paint Tool. You'll probably find a lot of versions of that if you are not on Chrome. I was told that most of the extensions also are compatible with any Chromium based thing, so that would include Firefox. You're welcome, Soda. So I just chose 100 days. It could have been 150, 200. I think SRS kind of retroactively self-evaluates themselves. So, but I chose 100 days because there are things I'm going to change up pretty dramatically. Yeah, a good idea. Just something that I wanted to frame. It looks very noisy, so I will have to think about how I want to represent it. But yeah, I think a vast majority of people think of obligation as a single point necessity goal with no room of sufficiency or even idealism. And then when there's no obligation, they tackle the common average experience is they tackle idealism. And in order to make room for idealism, you have a room for tolerance, which is in between. So that tolerance is neither satisfactory nor disappointing per se, but it's a tolerance. For me, the difference is I reach the necessary thing as an obligation, but I don't stop there. I see it as being sufficient. It's the least I can do professionally. And I reach a period of idealism as well, sort of, because it's imposed by a deadline most of the time. So the main difference is I'm not saying I failed. I'm saying how much more I can do. And I drew specifically a little bit lower in the range for XP because it could be lower, it could be higher. My range can encompass a larger range when it comes to obligations. I know I can meet something, but rarely do I ever do just that. Obligation or not, I tend to find that any investment or extra investment can be done even at a deadline. So the irony here, one of the funny ironies, I suppose, when to others, or counterintuitive things, is that yes, I rarely ever finish early. From the outside, from an outside perspective, as a professional, I rarely finish early. I generally finish on time. What I do with that time is very different. So when someone says, oh, but you technically finished 15 days early, I do not feel like I finished 15 days. I was given 30 days to work on a project. So I reach sufficiency and I continue to do other things with that project as a form of self-obligation or integrity. So if a project takes, like a teacher gives me, like a professor gives me 3 months to work on a project, I work as quickly as I can to fulfill those requirements. as I can comfortably do, and I continue to work on it in different ways that the professor might not suggest. And I only typically include whatever the professor requires and inquire about any extra things that I've done, because professionalism requires that you fulfill requirements. If you do more with that requirement, that may or may not seem like a good thing. I feel like that is very well stressed. Professionalism is not about what you want, it's about what is asked of you, in my opinion. So you're meeting expectations, you're meeting this little narrow thing, but you can always leverage and ask. So oftentimes when I'm doing a job, right, a position, I'm like, oh hey, I completed this at the time specified. It's like, I also did these things if you're interested, right? So the offer is there. There are some drawbacks to this, and very well an employer can take advantage of this, where they notice like, oh wait, but you got it done early, so what did you do with the rest of the time? Well, I have something to show for it, just in case. But when someone says, okay, so I see you finishing in 15 days, why don't you do this in 15 days next time instead of 30 days? And the idea is it's a drawback. They could exploit that. However, that also would give me an indicator that I need to move on to a new employer. Alternatively, it can work in your favor too when someone says, oh, you continue to work even though you finished early. So there's all these little stipulations that you can leverage professionally. Unprofessionally, so no obligation, I will tend to introduce constantly incomplete projects or incomplete ideas, or suggest that things are incomplete, largely because there are no deadlines. I don't enforce anything that is required. Now, someone asked me before if I wanted to be a professional content creator, or more like I want to do content creation for a living. I actually already talked about how I don't think content creation is professional in any way, because there's no standardization, right? You don't have standardized deadlines, you don't have standardized vetting process. So in order to be professional, one has to be able to compare apples and apples and oranges and oranges. However, what professionalism looks like as a content creator is nebulous, largely because it's not professional. It's with high integrity and faith and pride. There's lots of integrity, and those people are really admirable in that way. In fact, I actually find it even incredibly impressive that content creation is not professional, and there are people who are holding themselves to deadlines and trying to limit their arbitrary idealism in their process. At least the people that I like to watch, because I do not have that much discipline. I actually deliberately uncap my discipline. So I'm not going to tell myself, oh, I must produce a review video every 30 days and move on to the next product. Then move on to the next product. 30 days, here's my summary. First impressions after 5 days, review after 30 days, do or die, finish or not, I'll wrap it up and I move on to the next project. That is professionalism, right? But for content creation, that's kind of self-imposed professionalism. I think the one where the closest thing to professionalism when it comes to content creation is sponsorships, because the professional side of things, the business side of things, give the content creator a deadline and a minimum. And then how do they approach it? They typically approach it like this, where they are obligated to fulfill the sponsorship and no more, right? And that leads to that feeling of professionalism. You meet your requirements, no more, no less. Occasionally, when people say, oh, I don't really need this money for the sponsorship, I don't really need the sponsorship for my career success, then it becomes less of a no obligation. So then you can have things that go beyond that sponsorship with a level of tolerance. This is where all this model came in. And for myself, if I receive a sponsorship, right, which technically I haven't, but if I were given opportunities like beta testing and whatnot, and I did have a couple opportunities already, typically I would ask if they have something necessary. And of course, these aren't sponsorships. So naturally, the person who told me, oh, do whatever you want with it. So then immediately it gets popped into no obligation. So when someone gives me a key and they're like, oh, you can try this game out, they're really expecting a professional response like, oh, I'll try it for 2 days and then see what it's like, and I'll put out a video before launch. Instead, the last time I did this, I played the game to its completion. It took about 20 plus days. I talked and broke down all the things that were tentative, expecting that the game is continuing to be updated and subjected to change. Unfortunately, I think the developers decided to move on the last 2 games I did this, right? However, one of the developers, and I like to think the other developer, our relationship, our professional working relationship doesn't end there. I look forward to seeing their next game, right? If they continue. One of the developers is deciding to go on to the next game, and they want to move on professionally. They want to end the chapter, which is the deadline, and move on to the next project. However, the relationship between that person and me go beyond that. So I'll continue to do as much as I can when I have no obligations. When it comes to sponsorships, that's kind of what I would feel comfortable in accepting. I don't think it's going to happen because generally speaking, sponsorships come with deadlines and obligations. And the question is, do I need those things? Probably not really. It would be very attractive if someone's like, yeah, just go do whatever you want. Like, for example, someone mentioned dreaming Spanish, right, multiple times. And I looked into it. The answer is no. There's no conditional lifetime affiliation with all fair use clause involved. So I can't do dreaming Spanish. My integrity is what I have to share when I don't have obligation. I have integrity, right? And some might even call it professional integrity, but that's kind of a bit of a stretch because professionally I act and do things incredibly differently. All right, so just thought I throw that out there for tomorrow because I'm probably not going to say this all this stuff again for tomorrow. But our Spanish thing today, we got some stuff for Spanish as well. All right. It says no mistakes, but we do have make it a YouTube short. YouTube Shorts, I've already tried YouTube Shorts. And the video is too long. What I just said is already too long. So I typically, again, no, that would mean that I wouldn't change it, but I probably say it differently every time. So doing one video is not sufficient. It's the same deal. Like, I wouldn't want this to be the representation, and YouTube Shorts are too short. I already tried a couple of YouTube Shorts a long time ago. Would need video editing, but takes time. I disagree. Video editing is why these things are not great for me. So if I edit any of those things, it gives me the luxury of producing a product that I don't believe is ever complete, especially making claims and disclaimers on experiences. So not only would I be making more work for myself, when I make a video and edit them and post them, I would have to update that video every single time. So after every single review, I would have to edit and replace that video because things might change. When I become a professional or something, if I do, I would have to go back and change all those videos and or remove all those videos. And unfortunately, that might change in the future. That might change in the future too. But people refer to videos. They don't like seeing the same video again, like being told the same thing but slightly different over and over again. So instead, I'll continue doing this at the beginning and near all the reviews. So technically, I am making a video every time. I don't have to edit most of my videos, in my opinion, because I want to know what it sounds like unedited. A lot of my spiels and stuff come from practicing. So I don't want to have to rely on scripts and editing. Now, that doesn't mean I won't release edited videos in the future, but probably not about these things. These things, I think, rarely have diminished return, I suppose. And it's maybe a little bit more incentivizing me to be able to say these things and represent these things as it's happening. So whenever someone asks me about expectations next time, expectations, how you figure out where you are, I'll probably explain the whole thing again. In an ideal world, though, I would say maybe when we have more people who are interested and whatnot, I don't mind hiring an editor and or commissioning someone to cut any of this stuff. Like usually in a super ideal world, you would have enough audience engagement in which they would cut it themselves and use it for their own purpose. Right? So from time to time, I have various things placed somewhere and you can cut it out and use it for your own benefit. Right? I'm not looking for any monetary compensation or anything from these type of things. So editing the thing, it's fine. I actually prefer to talk about it again and see how I can improve it. So this spiel that I just said, like what I showed this first 30 minutes, I've been practicing that for 2 or 3 years, maybe even 4 years. It's a theory or a composition that I was evaluating the last 2 or 3 years. And I've been practicing along the way. So the whole graph thing, how I represent and depict people's expectations correlating with the things that they talk about when it comes to goals. It can look very different the next time, so stay tuned. The videos that will have these things are all the review videos. So maybe I'll cut the video out into a smaller segment. Generally, I'm talking in blocks already. It's not a bad idea, I would say. And when you said, but it takes time, my time has a conflict of interest with that. So the alternative is to hire an editor. And that is very possible on a few conditions. One of the conditions is that these YouTube videos end up producing monetization, right? And I can hire that editor and say they keep whatever proceeds that come from those videos. The reason why I'm doing it that way is, if you remember the graph, I want to find an editor that feels like they're not obligated and have an expectation of experience that looks like mine. Right? So what happens is I don't take anything from the YouTube channel. This person takes everything. And that's probably how I would offer the position. Like, then I would know after a certain amount of time what the upper limit is. If this person truly behaves like this, or even this, then I will know fairly quickly. But it would be of no monetary concern of myself. Now, the other side of things is going to be a little tricky, which is selecting for and pre-selecting for a type of integrity, right? Because I'm looking for integrity, no obligation integrity. And then those people will come and go, because eventually they take this as a stepping point, because I am a stepping stone, because I don't have professionalism. I'm not a professional content creator. They can take this and go and try to seek professional positions, like a YouTuber that is actually consider themselves as professional and have deadlines and whatnot. And I probably would help the person in the process, because I would get to know this person over time, this editor over time, and scout for like bigger fish, basically bigger fish. I mean, this is all assuming that I do not change my course at all and whatnot. But that's kind of one of the ideas behind making videos. I used to edit videos myself and do all of that stuff, but I find that I already know sufficiently enough about the experience that I prefer to have someone else do exacting editing and whatnot. I personally do not feel that live entertainment should be edited. However, I do understand that on the YouTube side of things, people tend to expect edited content, or in another way, they tolerate edited content while expecting idealism coming from them. And I love that I make mistakes, even when I play and I use the mistakes that I make. They don't get edited out. I don't speak the way I speak now because I have the crutch or the fallback of editing. Yeah, and you might be interested to know, yeah, I don't slip very often when I speak as well. There's no like cursing and all that. That's from practice. It's not necessarily like I don't know what a curse word is or controversial topics are. So professional integrity, I suppose. Professional, but not literally professional integrity. Yeah. When there's a demand for it, it'll be interesting. I think it is possible that edited videos will be a thing. It will be part of a different channel, but it will be using all the content that I've made up to this point, I suppose. But all that traffic and popularity or possible potential monetization will be for whoever ends up fulfilling that position. So then for that editor, if they don't want to make content, they don't have to, right? They can focus on the thing that they want to do, which is to edit things. That's kind of a possibility, a way to negotiate me doing the thing I want to do and them doing the thing they want to do, while both of our interests are aligned. How far off that is? Very far off. It would require a paradigm shift, in my opinion, in how YouTube handles their monetization. It would require a paradigm shift in socialization on Twitch, because Twitch do not support this type of behavior, or coincidentally enrich for this type of behavior, and YouTube does not too. So, and it's largely why I spent over 6 or 7 years on Twitch, and the experience is largely consistent with other people, but my skills are not consistent. As in, I have had plenty of wonderful new skills added to my ability, all for the day that maybe Twitch socialization behavior and or YouTube algorithm business and whatnot kind of line up, right? Because I don't need to be successful or successful in the way that people, I don't need monetary support or something like that, or popularity even, because I don't need it, but it's welcome. It's definitely welcome, and it would present new challenges for me to tackle. Like, how the heck am I going how the heck am I going to edit videos that are 10 hours long every single day? And one of the potential things is to have an editor, right? Hire an editor. Largely because if I'm already recording 10 hours a day, how am I going to edit that stuff in the remaining hours in which I do? Or, oh yeah, I need to go over our stuff actually. How will I make time to do the rest? I could make the streaming shorter and whatnot. So questions, well, questions as it goes. But I do have to tell you, in full disclosure, I did make shorts. I did edited shorts, and they're all private now because the edited shorts created, especially shorts, created a dissonance with what my content is like or what I do. So a lot of people it was a significant boon when it comes to, like, you know, exposure and whatnot. However, 90 there was a exponentially more interaction. However, that interaction was very difficult. It was to the point where anything I do when I cut out will be a misrepresentation. So the alternative is to deliberately make shorts for the sake of shorts, which I'm not ready to do at the moment. And then video editing, as I talk through pretty much everything I present, the video editing, as much video editing as I would like, it's more or less cutting the big chunk into smaller chunks. So in fact, that's kind of what I do now. At some point, if I juggle enough things, for example, I will cut them all and they will have me practicing my spiel unedited for those things. So for now, every Twitch stream, when I have a block, so WaniKani block, Hanza Hero block, and Duolingo block, they are legitimately 3 cut videos, but I practice all of them. So they are unedited because most of the things that I talk about and whatnot are meant to be unedited. As in, they are meant to be presented in a oral format. So kind of like no takebacks when you give a presentation. If you go on stage and give a presentation, you don't get edited. You're presenting the thing. So most of my content is already this long. If you try to edit it out, it will feel like something's missing. Maybe if I digress too far from the topic, then you could edit that stuff out. Like WaniKani, for example, if the goal is to only see the WaniKani thing, then the first 50 minutes of this live stream can be edited out because it's not related to WaniKani, right? However, what I said was related to WaniKani. Most of the things I say that are very far off, like when we talk about food and stuff, I typically bring it back to the thing that it's related to. What is nice about YouTube is you can fast forward. Now, I wouldn't mind hiring someone to do a different type of editing process, but it would be asking a lot for them. And that is for them to either code an automation process and or themselves manually, and that would suck. They would watch my videos on 2x and they would put chapter markers whenever they find something interesting or a topic shift. But that would mean coming over, like, on average 9,000 hours of things per year. That's absurd. So the more obvious way to scale this up is, in the future, I'll encourage people, hey, you know, more doable viewers hit them. Exactly, Uni. Exactly. I was just about to get there. The most ideal situation is I try to encourage and produce a behavior, like encourage a behavior, not to manipulate, but try to encourage a behavior where at some point maybe there's enough interaction where anyone can just slap a marker. It's like, hey, yeah, you divvy out, right? You divvy out, you scale up. So that is possible. I could try to, in the future, make my stuff a little bit more attractive to grow a slightly larger audience, and that can scale in itself and say, hey, you know what? If you slap a marker, maybe even provide an incentive like, hey, if this marker causes a spike in this video's traffic, I'll give you something. Because on YouTube, you can actually see this. You can literally see how often people jump to a point in the marker and then where the retention is. Like, all of this is automated already. So it is very possible to shout out and to encourage and help me and them understand like what parts are interesting and whatnot. So you slap a marker on it and suddenly all the traffic just slaps onto this one marker. And I'm like, I gotta do something. Let's talk about it and let's credit this person to marking it. So all of this stuff is possible in the future. This is provided that, again, I'm not willing at the moment to change my style in order to be a little bit more viral. This is where I would plead that I don't practice what I preach when I tell people I am actually waiting to be lucky one day, because I don't need the thing anymore. I don't need this thing at the moment. However, if luck presents itself, I have an idea moving forward, and you pretty much highlighted. I actually have how I'm going to implement it and what I'm going to do vocally and like statistically, and how I was going to do like the incentives and whatnot. So yeah, have everyone collaboratively do that. Not on Twitch, unfortunately, because clips do not work the same way. However, if markers work, whatever, I was going to do an algorithm based calculation. So whatever that increased the traffic of that, I would give it back to the person who made the marker. So all the proceeds, whatever, obviously the YouTube channel is not monetized right now in any way, shape, or form. If it were to be, I needed a way to offset, like, okay, so would people be upset if it's monetized? Well, my idea is that I would use that monetization to give the people that I talk about all the time, non-descriptively, a way to encourage themselves to want to do these things or pay attention to these things, right? So if that money, because this person is already watching me, right, for example, which takes time out of their day, Oftentimes I only know people for like 2 or 3 months, and then hopefully they're happy and they go on and do their business. Those are the type of people I talk to every once in a while, because they are successful, productive people. But now I often talk about people who aren't, who have maybe decision making and exposure things that aren't incentivized. Like, you don't get money for doom scrolling, right? You don't get education, you don't interact with anyone while you're doom scrolling. So alternatively, in the future, if the YouTube channel gets monetized, I have to be able to distribute that money back into the YouTube channel. And for me, what is very reflexive of my personality is when it scales up and someone makes a contribution to that YouTube channel, they get that contribution, because I want it to be like a working relationship, something that allows them, hey, you could do this yourself as well. When you highlight something that other people are interested in, can you do it better? And the idea is, whatever they do and they're working to better mark things on my video, it also means they're thinking about how to get other people's attention in a very incentivized way, but at the same time they're also practicing a skill, and they are teaching me what's interesting that only they can understand. I can observe other people in other ages and infer a lot of that thing. But if there was a viewer out there who's actually grown up in that environment and they are able to statistically, or not statistically, but intuit what is interesting that captures other people's attention, it helps inform me. And I have to give back to them, in my opinion, out of professional integrity, because that is fantastic. So I'm gonna say that's not gonna happen for another 5 or 6 years. However, it'll be very interesting if YouTube and Twitch change by then, where it encourages people to be attentive and also incentivized for even being the watcher. And that's pretty sweet. This is my version of something that already exists, because some of my favorite YouTube content creators, they have community members who they're willing to share their wealth and their time because they trust that content creator to do great things with that money for other people who don't have money. Like helping with the fight against tuberculosis in developing countries. I'll let you figure out who I'm referring to right now. Also, once again, a New York Times bestseller for nonfiction books about tuberculosis. Hats off to John Green. That kind of thing is really remarkable. Now, the question is, how do I do a spin on that? Because I do earnestly believe with slight incentives, exposure, and being surrounded and working with people, even through the internet, and chasing numbers, it can be a working environment to encourage people to self-improve and still give them enough flexibility that they can figure that stuff out themselves, right? So there's far more, but the general idea is, yeah, getting people to work together. Maybe another 2 or 3 years. And then there's the daily bot, of course. Low effort daily bot, reminding me that I'm also live on Twitch. Yeah, great idea. For sure. The YouTube Shorts thing, that's kind of hard. I think I keep putting this away. I think right now it's very difficult to find or integrate that into the idea. There's also the idea of making all the streams into small, shorter videos, and I tried doing that too. Someone I watch does that automatically, and usually it's in 30-minute segments. Imagine what it'd be like if you subscribed to my YouTube channel, and suddenly at the end of every day, every one stream each day, you get like a notification for like 12 different videos because they're broken up into 30-minute blocks. It's probably gonna end up having to be on a different channel. like a sister channel that doesn't give you the it doesn't explode everyone's notification things, because notification is a very habit forming thing. I actually do not notify myself to do things, so most of it is discipline, and I expect other people to also do that. Obligating oneself to enjoy being around someone or listening to someone is a professional's necessity, is a professional necessity, but not a voluntary one. I like occasionally talking to someone after a 4 months absence because they've been working on themselves. Now, if I were able to affect their life like monetarily and stuff, that would be pretty sweet. There was other choices as well, like doing something that was inspired off someone and then sending all those proceeds to that person who inspired the idea in the first place. That's a possibility, but since I have no way of financially supporting these things yet, we'll have to wait on that. So in the future, I can maybe ask the person, hey, you gave me a great idea. This is the result of your ideas. And some people will naturally, the people that I interact with will say, well, you did all the work, but thank you for acknowledging me. It's like, yeah, but I want to get you something, right? Because it's the response of that. That can be a possibility. But I have, it's a double edge. I don't do things for profit. This is not a professional gig. So in a way, the irony here is not only do I have no way of supporting other people's creative investment in me, I also don't have any incentives or financial backing to expand anything that requires a large amount of money and resource. Yeah, I wouldn't hire someone on faith. I would hire someone on all of the above. It's very different, in my opinion. I think some people hire people by financial gains and meeting their sufficiency. I want to hire people based on all of the above: an emotional investment, a pre-selection, and also a trust that they take integrity in their own work. Have I found anyone like that by coincidence? Not yet. There are a few potential people that I would approach. However, I do not have the financial incentive that would provide them with what the easy stuff that they need. What is the easy stuff they need? Money for food, rent, that type of thing. That's the easy stuff. Getting someone to want to do something because they get to go to work and do the things they want to do, that's the hard stuff, in my opinion. And if I am ever to become a leader or an employer of some sort, my employees would want to come to work or do work, not because I'm way past that. I totally understand if you were to pay someone and do that whole dance between being paid to do something versus wanting to do something. I don't really find that very enjoyable. Too old for that. Maybe not too old. I don't like. We'll more about that in the future. if it happens, right? We're looking a little too far into the future. Goal oriented. Okay, so speaking of our goals, we have plenty of time today. Tomorrow, I'm actually taking a leap day from Duolingo Spanish in order to give WaniKani the time for the 100-day review. Okay, so I told myself that I was gonna go over this 30 minutes earlier. Let's see, there are no mistakes, but we have 3. I demonstrated my workflow yesterday a little bit, which I'll go over tomorrow. The 3 from yesterday was kokoro tsuyoi. Kokoro tsuyoi. Right. Oops. And why was this written? Why was this written? This was written because it's not quite what I think about, right? So reassuring. Does reassuring have 1 R or 2 R's? I'm gonna say 1 R. Reassuring. And then we had bakaru. Bakasu. Right. Bakasu. Why was this stopped? It was stopped at the interpretation because this is a little bit of a turn of phrase on the change. So what are you changing is the important part. You're changing minds. Bewitch. And then ureru. And why ureru? Because it's intransitive, I think. I'll have to check that. Those are the 3. Let me quickly check that. Where? Probably. It is so difficult to find. Oh, wait. Is there a search bar? Oh yeah, there is a search bar. There we go. There's the search bar. Yeah, so this is intransitive, right? But I paused because it's a dedu. Intransitive. However, we have a mnemonic for it, so what do we have? 5. It's 5:20-ish. We'll try to complete this. Get to our Hansa hero stuff. If we hit 6, there's a chance we might hit 6. We'll see. Tomorrow might actually be the second peak day too. Second peak day. If that lines up, we're probably cutting Duolingo for the review. That's what I gotta do this. Alright. Alright, so Ateji. Teji. Teji.
乗せる
思わず。
思わず 今度
今度。
体重
体重。Oh, wait. Oh, wait. What? Oh, no, wait. This is next time. Wait. This is like this time, but next time. Right? Hold up. I typed like so many thoughts at once just now. I had like 4 separate thoughts all at once. Yeah. This is You're almost done with getting 1,600 reviews that you've been neglecting for 6 months down to 0. Took you 13 days to get down to 60. Nice. Way to keep at it, Uni. How do you feel right now? How do you feel? Solid work. And then you can start learning new words. Fair enough. Does it feel great that you're like... Does it feel great that you're like, yeah, you know, I remember this. I remember this. It's like, not so much this, but I know a lot about this. How do you like give me a little taste of how you emotionally feel about the 1,600 reviews. Let's see. Do I have not intentional? Not intentionally. Because I just found myself almost writing not intentionally. Maybe even not deliberately. You restarted Anki 2K 6K core from scratch after not doing it for a long time. Stopped at 2K cards. Oh, okay. That's a lot. So what are you doing now then? What is the 1,600 views for the 2K?
Hatsuon.
Meisha.
You're now back to 1.5k from 0. Okay. Keep it up. Does it feel like riding a bike again? Since you this is like going now, what is it like the second time around? I like to believe it's quite different. Like you're getting an opportunity to observe other things, like pick up on other things through those cards again. I would feel that would be a wonderful feeling where I would seek that when I'm saying, oh yeah, all right, let's do it again. Only this time, now you get to pay attention to a lot of other things that you don't typically pick up on the first time around. For example, raise up a lot of relationships. You can read around 25% of manga. Is it any particular manga? Or are you talking about like the coverage? I guess you might be talking about coverage. In general, okay.
泳ぎ
泳ぎ So hopefully you can read more kanjis to be able to read them Yeah, yeah. I feel, you know what would be really fun? I mean, I don't know if it's fun for you, but uh, the nice thing about written stuff is there are apps that actually do this, but generally you can grade the manga yourself, which is a fun little creative process. I typically say this in a form of journal writing, but since mangas are already written, you can grade the manga yourself and grade it translationally, which I don't think it's kind of a thing that people stray away from. So things like you write the kanji, meanings that you write the kanji that you know, and then explain the rest in the language that you prefer, or like the language that you can explain that stuff, or take a guess, right? Take a guess. And it's kind of like journal writing, where I suggested from time to time, I do this on my own, is the idea that if you can write certain kanji, you can use them and then support them with any other form of expression you have. There's different ways. One way would be like, I don't know, let's take this for example. I don't know if you're into this, but for example, this one would be, so we're returning things, right? You can comprehend somewhat Japanese from just hearing, but not at a high level. I see. This is probably not going to do with it, but so you see this, right? But how do you augment this, right? Maybe there's some like, I'll illustrate. What do I see here? Well, I see return and thing. But there are many ways to express this. Or item, yeah, or item, right? So then you can use this, but you can also draw this. How do you draw return and thing? I actually do it this way. It's like, okay, well then what else can you do? If you have this as a shorthand for this, sometimes you'll see this in a sentence, which I don't have a sentence for, right? And these things can end up being interesting ways to shorthand something else. Like, okay, now I'm thinking, and so what could these possibly be? that kind of thing. I'm not sure if I have a great example. It would have to be like in the moment. I think once I add the context sentences in, I'll give a better idea. But I think it's difficult when things get very similar. It's difficult, which in my opinion is a good thing, because then you are challenged to try to differentiate the difficult things when they're very similar. And when they're very similar, they're actually easier to remember on their similarities. Unfortunately, I don't actually know those characters that are... those are very different characters. So like, the first one has blue, right? Well, that's Shizuka. The first one is Shizuka. The second one I don't have a read for, and then the other one is something to do with Dade, so who. So one is like quiet, one is probably who plus a ka, maybe an unknown, and Tashka. And they're very different to me. So it's not even difficult. They're incredibly different. Like, they're so different. You have like word. Word is unique among them. A crown, a roof, a stone, a brush, a dagger, a beanstalk, or a bean or grain stalk, a moon. All of them, their combinations involve something different. So if that's what you mean by very similar, I can't really relate to it. I can't empathize with how they're. Maybe you're talking about their meaning is very different, that or very similar. Then I could probably appreciate that. But when I see those characters, like since I tend to write and look at radicals and stuff, those things are irrecognizable. Maybe I need to find another example. Yeah, I'll give you an example. Anything that deals with these. These things. Or actually, I think I made this one up. And maybe even this one. It's probably this. Or, oh, and there's more. Oh, and there's also more, actually. Oh, no. I think that's one too many things. But let's just use these, for example. They're very different as well. So my resolution for all these characters are this level. If you can find an example thing between all these, I'll let you know. Well, actually, I think this one is probably crossing it. And I think it's pretty good. What's another one? Another one would be something like but then it can be modified, right? Oops. Like this. Maybe something like this. I'm using my mouse, which is horrifying. There's also different typesets like this. And then we have combinations in with these, like for example, this or this. Yeah, it gets a little bit. I totally agree though. I'm not saying it's easy. The idea is these things are difficult, so you spend time with them. Or like, oh, this is a good one. They're really poorly written because I don't usually use a mouse, but things like this is pretty fun. And then any combination of this. And then any combination of something with this in it as well. I'm writing it a little bit flat because this thing is like a middle, is an average, because it could have this, it could lose this, these things could be faced in different directions, these things could be flat, and they're actually just different typesets of the same thing. But then you can lose this and it can become this when it appears. And then we also have stroke proximity stuff. Stroke proximity stuff would be something like this. But it can look like this. Yeah, and these are actually radicals. So this one you can probably remember in Older Sister. And this forms the basic structure of rain. So yeah, yeah, definitely. Very similar, very similar things. But if I had anything to say about it, is why I did the whole drawing thing. Like for me now, now it takes less. It also takes much less time to see that here's an element. Here's an element. And here's an element. So the next time you go look at something, it might become like instantaneous. It's kind of fun. I don't think this is necessary though. Like the nice thing about things that are difficult, is eventually it kind of gets streamlined. So I totally understand what you mean by you can hear things but not at a high level, but you can comprehend things as a whole, and I like that idea, you know, comprehending things as a whole. And I think that's actually one of my weaker things. So you are probably way ahead of me when it comes to that. I like building from bottom up, so it takes a very long time for me to like start ramping up. But like, how many components do you see here, right? I this is what I think about when I'm looking at these vocabulary words. So I was gonna go and do some of this. I was gonna go and do some of this for the review, right? So you got the road. Yeah, so this would be a road. But it can also be a scooter. Thanks to WaniKani. This is both a stool and a folding stool. Now they are different things. So, and then this here can be both a roof, but depending on where you're going to go, I have cliff. Also a shack without a drop. So I think about things negatively too. So in relation with each other. So what is a shack in Hanzahiro? A shack in Hanzahiro is this. So I not only think about this being a cliff, or being actually I don't even know what this is in. I don't even know what this is in WaniKani anymore. Is this a thing in WaniKani? What could it be? A canopy? This is probably a canopy. So this is a canopy, but it is a shack as well. And what's different about this is a shack without a drop, or a canopy without a drop, is a cliff. And these are both cliffs between WaniKani and Hanzahiro. While WaniKani is canopy and Hanzahiro is shack. So I try to also relate to the relationship between each of the characters. And that's the same way as well as relating and grouping all of this. So I could write down as many things that have this in it, right? Which these things, Aki and your SRS help out with that. So then you try to resolve the things that are overlapping. I don't know how scalable it is because I haven't reached 2K at all. So maybe later down the line, I'll be like, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. These are too similar now because now I have 2K worth of things. How many things have I known so far? I mean, I know quite a lot of things, but maybe not quite a lot of similar things. So it's gonna be another year or two, maybe a year and a half until I reach 2K things. I think the highest I would say between, if I were accumulating between Chinese, traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, and Japanese of these characters, I would say I'm close to like 1600. But they would be 1600 of not like coverage based characters. They're characters. They just look like characters, right? With no meaning attached to them yet. But the nice thing is, at least like especially the scooter thing, right? This scooter and road thing, so many things can end up in this place. in this place. And yeah, what's I want to give an example of one that I would get confused. Hold. For whatever reason. Oh, yes. I got one. I got one that... Oh, now for this one, sorry. I'm trying to give you an example of, like, I don't want to say because it's difficult and I don't think it's difficult that I don't make mistakes or something. I want to give you this one. Anything that deals with this with a principal character. Or this, a mix-up with the same principal character. So these two would be equivalent characters. It's kind of like this situation. But right now I have more of a this and a this. So a example, or this and it's standalone. So like this. How do they make this thing? Probably right, like this, and then just the principal character alone, right? And or you have the same principal character but attached to these two. I think a good one for this is like this. And then we can throw in some simplified ones too. Or actually, this is a good simplified one. So something like this, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if this exists. I can't think of what that would possibly stand for. Or even this, if it does exist. But these two are great examples. Yeah, very close. And hear me out. The reason why I get this confused is I still read from left to right, even within a character. So when I saw this and I saw this part immediately, it's a 50-50 gamble if I'm thinking about this or not. It's kind of like reading a, like if you read care, right? And you're reading caring. Right? You could, when you're really fast at reading things, right? You're just skipping, you're like going really fast. You could skim just the first part and then you drop the last part. And I do this out of laziness, so I try not to, right? I try not to. I'm revealing something of a habit that I do quite a lot. So I try my best not to do it. It happens in Spanish a lot. So when I'm listening, you know, me too, but because of how similar I remember them. Ah, okay. Like for example, this. In English, I do this a lot because in Chinese, it's bad. This is a bad idea. This is I'm revealing some bad tendencies. In Chinese and Japanese, it doesn't matter if it has an S or not. Heck, it doesn't even matter if it has an A or not. It's just S. But you're thinking, oh, but if you think of S, then wouldn't you get it confused with ser and S? And I'm like, well, no, because it's S with some blurry things next to it. If you know what I mean. I'm trying to like describe how people selectively listen, even in English. Like, if I said something like, hey, this is a very interesting part, blah, 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 and you can imagine the rest, that's kind of what happens in the characters too. It happens over time for me, where I'm like, oh, I read the top portion. It's like, okay. It's like a 50-50 shot maybe that I'll get it right. Whoops, I've got to read the bottom portion of the character. What's a good one? A good structure, an example is if the structure is like this. So you have a character here, you have a character here, and you have a character here. And what happens is sometimes I would read the top two characters and I just ignore the bottom character, and then it'd be like, whoops. And those are human experiences. That I call this a human error. Because what happens is, it's not like I didn't know. I didn't know what this could be. I just read the top and I picked whatever the first one that came about. And that is what I mean by SRS's shortcomings. Or like shortcomings in the sense that you have to do other things in order to compensate for it. Right? Because in reading, when you have like something before, right? You have something before and after. You know what I mean? What happens is you already read something before, and then you only have to read a part of the character to get the rest after. And that's why context reading, context-specific reading, and paragraphs and bigger meaning become so useful. But the downside is you stop paying attention to these characters as a whole, and like as detailed. You pay attention to character as a whole. So this is related to your first comment. This, in my opinion, is why I'm far more confident that you are much better at reading and listening than I am in context. Because I still view things with a magnifying glass. Like, I still view all of these things as separate things building to a larger thing, while you're looking at the whole thing very quickly. So when you're looking at the thing very quickly, right? Like this, the examples you gave me, right? Whoops, this was good. If you look at the whole thing in general, it's like, well, there's a prominent figure in the middle, and there's this prominent figure, and then there's like some blurriness around here. So if you don't have a context sentence, right, something before it, something after it, this blurriness doesn't get resolved because you don't pay attention to this stuff anymore. It's like, oh, this has got to be fish in this sentence. Why would it be corner or angle? And I think that's very human. This is one of the more telling signs that someone is already reading and understanding meaning and being more quote unquote fluent than someone like me, who is still mechanically telling myself this is brush, or you could say this is a cross with a mouth, right? So I'm pretty confident that's unfortunately or fortunately, that's a natural consequence. Like, for example, draw a tree. Someone would say, oh, I've stared at trees all my life. Of course I could draw a tree. What does a tree look like? Well, for most people, how can you represent a tree? like, well, some people would say, no, that looks more like a cross. Like, okay. Like, okay, now it looks more like a tree, right? And then you're like, nah, now that looks like a cloud with a cross in it. Okay. All right, well, now that just looks like a cross inside the cloud, which, so what I'm illustrating here is the faster you get to a tree, the faster you're looking at the whole thing. But if you still see the cross in the tree and the trunks and as separate things, this is how I'm still looking at Japanese and Chinese. I'm still looking at it as separate things. But the neat thing about human brain is at some point when you stare at this long enough, you stop seeing that there's a cross in the middle. And that's where all the details starts flowing off. Where like, oh, I didn't notice that were there 3 strokes? Were there 4 strokes? But it doesn't matter to you because when you place it in the context of the tree, you're going to get it correct, which is pretty neat. I think the brain. For you learned with the breaking down. Ah, yes, yeah. The uchi and niku. Oh, jeez, those are terrible writings. But yeah, the uchi and niku. So what do we see here, you know, right? Inside plus person. Yeah, inside plus person. Yeah, person, inside. Or you can say a hooded. This is a hooded person. A hooded person. So what is hooded? Right, people wear hoods. And part of the person is inside the hood. So you can have a hood and a person. And then you have 2 people under something, which then this could be viewed as an enclosure. And bones wearing meat. Yeah, bones wearing meat. Exactly. So I think that's pretty cool. I wouldn't be able to say this if I didn't start learning Japanese or like reading Japanese or Chinese. I think this is the most fun part about reading kanji and Hanzi. You can't do the same with, like, for example, you can't do the same with English or like Roman characters very well, right? You're like doing this, and I'm like, I don't, it would be fun to actually do an social experiment, which I will do in the future, where I use Japanese to learn English again. Because I'm genuinely interested in how a Japanese person and or a Chinese person like what's going through their head, like, because why is this important? Because in the future, if I know this stuff, I can articulate the English to someone who is learning English. Like, how do I think of transferring how they're looking into this? Like, how do you get from this to this? S for snake for us, but then on another level, yeah. Oh yeah, ooh, yes, yeah. Snake. That's a good way to, that's, yeah. Oh man, but and then here's a fun one that I would think of whenever I think of snake. I have problems reading sometimes in English because I skip over a lot of things when I'm looking at isolated words, right? Much like kanji and SRS. So I know I do this very often. That's why I don't solely rely on SRS, or actually I don't rely on SRS at all. This is the first time I've ever done anything with flashcards because it happens in English too. Like for example, snake. How would I remember snake if I needed to remember the word snake? Do I have another word that is similar to it? Snack is related to, like, to me, snack helps me remember snake. Like, wait a minute, but they're not the same by meaning. It's like, yeah, but they kind of look the same. So it goes back to your example of, oh, these things look very similar because they're difficult. And it's like, to some extent, it's very difficult if things are similar. I remember snake and back? Wait, how would you remember snake? Consider back. Oh, you mean like how do I get from snack? Wait, what are you asking? I can explain this part if I were to go about this. Go from snack to snake. I'll draw this. I mean, if you use snack to remember snake, you would use back to remember snack. Oh, yeah. So hear me out. Then I would draw this. It's a snake with a snack on its back. Or backpack. And then we can use backpack and we can learn how to say pack. So then it becomes a snake. A snake with a backpack and a snack on its back. So I that's how I would think about what in the way would I try to get how I'm learning Japanese to going back to English. And I wouldn't be able to do kind of these things on the fly if I weren't already doing it here. It's interesting, but it'd be too much. It's fine. It's fine. You'll be fine. I would love to hear in the future how like you go about like ironing out your Japanese and whatnot, because obviously I'm giving an example of something I'm very, very used to. I've done this for some time, and I recently co-opted the way I learn mnemonics, my mnemonics, and then adapting it to what these guys are doing with their kanji and how they're doing their mnemonics, and I've combined them together. So it's not too much for me in the sense that I've been doing it for a while now. After learning the whole Anki deck, you might try to sit in a call with a Japanese friend. Ooh, you have a Japanese friend available. That's kind of nice. Very convenient. I would immediately say, thank you for letting me use you in Japanese. I don't know how to say that though. make it a little fun. I might do that in the future. I don't have a convenient Japanese friend yet, but we have like 2 or 3 years for that. あなたを有することがありがとうございます。Oh, that makes sense. And then you bow. Exactly. It's funny that I can't read that kanji at all, but I know what it means. Like, what I mean is, I know what it means just by what it looks like. That's where I am at right now. Like, when I read Japanese, like, oh yeah, that's exactly what it means, because that's what the characters mean. Like, but you can't read it, and like, well, I can read it, but I can't pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce it yet. Like that's fine. Spanish is a different story because I've already gone through the process of converting everything into phonetics back like 2 decades ago. So Spanish, as fast as you type, I would reliably be able to read without knowing what it means. So that's an opposite problem for Spanish sometimes. I would like read a bunch of Spanish and I'm like, I would think about what I said after the fact because it's faster to read than to think about what it actually says. You also have a Spanish friend that regularly messages you? Oh, that's cute. That's very nice. I think it's a lot of fun when you go from Japanese to Spanish when you're trying to like read things or like speak things. It's like, oh, I've been practicing this the whole time. You don't say that with English. Here, this is gonna sound like a really hot take, but going from English to Chinese, it feels like I didn't even change. The reason, one of the bigger reasons is largely because I already use tonality in English. Like, in a way that I speak, I use tonality. I'm not trying to be Japanese and heiban my way through English. Now, granted, there's rise and falls that are very different behind the sounds, but you can still do a lot of intonation here and there in English. Now, are they very important and needing to be regular? Like, how do I Englishify 不好吗? Like我是不好吗? Like that kind of thing. But if you shorten it a little bit, it kind of gets really close. In my opinion, obviously. Like where you rise and fall might be a little different for the words, but you produce these sounds all the time in English. Now the question is, how do you sort them out? In Japanese, this happens as well. When I transition from WaniKani to Hanzahiro. Oh, now I'm checking time. Sorry. When I transition from WaniKani to Hanzahiro, every time I read something, I'm like, oh, that's E, right? That's E. And I'm like, no, that's not E. We have to do, is that E, 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 or E? But when I think about in Japanese, right, when I'm reading the character, I can also read the kanji as opposed to the Hanzi. I'm like, oh, it's always E. It's E relative in pitch to the next thing. Like, it's just E when it's standing alone. But in Chinese, it's like, all right, now I gotta think about which E this is. That's kind of fun, and it reminds me of English. Like, I am very happy today. 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 Right? And you can use all of them if you want. In English, I think the funny part is people naturally do it already, but they don't do it. They already they're heritage speakers. English people are heritage speakers of their tonality. So most of the time, whenever they're happy, they're not saying, oh, I should say happy. I'm very happy, right? Very happy. Or I'm very happy. The only Chinese you will know is what you've learned from just speaking with parents. Good enough for you. Oh, okay. Wait, are you a heritage speaker? Did I already know this? I'm not sure if I know this about you. So you're a Chinese heritage speaker? Oh, now we got lots of things in common. I feel like I'm not sure I knew this. So now we have so many things in common. Your parents are Chinese, you know Dutch and Spanish. Ah, okay, and English. Okay. Intriguing. So, may I ask, did I ask, hey MAKU, just popping in briefly to say hi and wish you well today. Thank you, Valentine's. I wish you well too. Hopefully everything's going well. You are also getting back up to speed because I remember you were a little bit burned out recently. Hopefully all your classes and whatnot are doing well. Ganbatte. Right. May I ask what kind of Chinese that you speak with your parents? 你刚刚去福州內嗎? I use Gungun because I wanted to, because we learned that in Mandarin, but you speak Cantonese and Mandarin with your father. Oh, okay. Dang. Mandarin is very bad. Nah, heritage speaking, you probably understand way more than you actually speak. That sounds like a heritage speaking situation. I totally understand. It's one of those things, like, my mother would speak in great details. I'm like, all right, that sounds good. And the other language that you never know the name of, which your mother speaks? Oh, so she does. So your mother does speak a dialect. Intriguing. I wonder what kind of dialect it is. Yeah, my parents are Fujianese people, so I exclusively speak. Occasionally we would throw in like a mix of Mandarin, Fuzhou, and then occasionally Mandarin, Fuzhou with an ending from Cantonese. Like, 你说哎呀我买你公司喏哎呀做乜嘢嘛? Like it's a little bit of a mix. A lot of times whenever you need something, like sometimes I would add like a little bit from Canto because I'm like exacerbated in Cantonese, and then I can't occasionally there's Mandarin that just pops into it, but largely it's Fujianese. It's the dialect that both my parents speak. So yeah, every time I hear yeah in Mandarin when I'm learning Mandarin, it's like, wow, if that isn't a unifier for Cantonese and Mandarin. And also Cantonese have one extra tone than Fujianese, I think. Oh no, sorry. Fujianese have 2 extra tones than Cantonese, and then Cantonese have 1 extra, or 1 or 2 extra tones than Mandarin. And you don't hear any of those tones until you hear them, and suddenly you're like, yeah, that's Cantonese. And then you hear the special tone in Fujianese, is like, yeah, that's Fujianese. And that's kind of what the audio cues that I had back in the day. I'm kind of happy that now I have more resolution in Mandarin. So what happens now when I'm like hearing my parents watch their programming, because it would be there's Jade World, which is typically in Cantonese, and then they would have like Chinese channels, right? Mandarin, standard Mandarin. So now I'm thinking to myself, well, that's not Mandarin. At least, like, I've heard enough Mandarin now, or read enough like things in association with each other, that yeah, at least that's not Mandarin. Instead of saying what it has to sound like in my head. So before I used to have to wait to hear the cues, as in I need to hear enough of the program to pick up on what I can confirm it's Cantonese. And because of heritage speaking, I can't discern the difference between Mandarin and Cantonese. So there was a time before this where I would speak to my parents and I wouldn't know if I'm speaking in Mandarin or Cantonese as a substitute for the Fujianese that I do not know the equivalent of. And then alternatively, I could replace them with English words. So Nia Bizima is probably the most classical word that is adopted. And you probably immediately know what that means because the key word is not even in Fujianese. Nia Bizima. How do you say that in Cantonese? Lei Yo Mo Lei Yao Mo something to do. I think I might have said your mom. Jeez. Hold up. Hold up. How good is this Cantonese thing? Hold up. This is probably gonna be literal though. Nei mong, me mo, nei mong me mong, nei mong, I don't know. I can't read the heckin' pinyin that they're using here. What the heck is M4 mean? Mong mong? Mong. How do you do this? Like, what does this mean? Is this like a shortened? Like, what? So is this like a 2-2-4? To make it sound a little better? Hold up. Oh, there's no audio either. Not sure how to read Canto. All right. Maybe in the future. Yeah. That's kind of funny. Sorry. I'm digressing pretty hard. We'll reconvene in the future. I can only listen to Cantonese. I can't reply or construct. Until I hear someone say something, I can't respond to them. That's heritage speak, right? Oh, here's another thing about having Chinese parents, right? I don't know if you you're probably interested in linguistics or have a background in linguistics at some point, right? What is it? It's like the response thing. So the thing about response, they have folds, right? Folds. I don't know. I'm using made up words. Folds, as in how many point perspective that a response have, or something like that. And what I'm saying is, in a response, the nice thing about Chinese derivatives, I don't want to say derivatives as in like a bad thing or a lesser thing. It's more like anything that is remotely related to this group, they have a zero fold response. So in the sense that when you're asked a question, oftentimes you respond by restating the question and then saying yes or no, right? And that, I don't know how much that plays into why it's very classical for diaspora, as in second gen Chinese related speakers, like anything related to the Chinese mega group, that where you feel like you can have enough conversation and speak and stuff, but you always have this you tend to have this like, oh, but it's garbage, right? Because oftentimes whenever you have to speak to someone like your parents and whatnot, they're probably asking you some sort of form of question or reply, and you hear it, and then you can respond to it. You don't have to say something like, in English, for example, the English, when they respond, oftentimes, I don't know how many folds, but it's greater than 0. It's greater than 0. Basically, you need to construct more things that you can't find in the question. So, right, like if someone asks you a question in English, you have to know how to respond by constructing the response. But in Chinese, you can say things like,你出去跑步了吗？ Right? 对，我出去跑步了。Right? Like you just say yes, and you repeat. You repeat the same thing. So you don't need to do all the work. You never have to do you rarely, 80% of the time or more, you just repeat the same thing you just heard. So it's like doing Duolingo. It's like doing a Duolingo exercise. You add yes, so Duolingo only has to teach you, quote unquote, teach you how to say specific response words. And then it's basically, if you're listening to the person, you repeat the same exact thing and you just say yes or yeah. In fact, a lot of times you just repeat the thing and don't make it sound like a question. Like a lot of times 80% is like 100% of the word. You just say the same thing and you remove some of the words. Like it's even less than 100%. It covers all the words you need, and you're just like, yep. Or other words, zerofold, the great zerofold of Chinese is to make it sound like you're a native speaker. A lot of times you just say yes or no. Like 对，不，对。不错。That and you might be thinking, well, isn't that like Japanese? Japanese has this kind of. Japanese has like it's still greater than 0 because you have to conjugate sometimes on that. Now, I'm not talking about like simple the aspect of showing understanding, right? I think it's still related to Japanese, where you could say like daijoubu desu for a lot of things, or but you still have to say something a lot of times, customarily with yes and no. Like, hai, daijoubu desu. Ie, daijoubu desu. Right? You still are kind of still adding some more context. But Chinese is so like rudimentary in his response. You could say yes the whole time and people would think you're like literate and fluent in Chinese. Like my parents would say something like 아바이로 아라이 okay 아라이 아라이로와 제네이로와 제네이로와 아바이로와. I basically just said the same thing 3 different ways with 3 different tones in order to have a complete conversation with my father. And that's it. Like, so when someone says like literally you daijoubu desu, right? I kind of feel it. I legitimately feel why it's fun for people to be like, bruh, 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 bro, bruh. Like I totally feel that. It hits my soul when it comes to like, oh yeah, that's how I talk to my parents, but in Chinese. Like I sound like that. I imagine myself that is what I sound like my parents in Chinese, but it doesn't sound as funny in Chinese because that's kind of how it sounds. It's like normal. I literally said bro like 7 times to my parents whenever they're describing. Okay, 你，我爸爸佢講一日話叫我做大爺，我講，佢講，我拿住我打醫，拿住我go okay, 阿伯go, which is I know, 阿伯, and then 阿伯 go, this means yes I know,阿伯 go, this means oh I just saw I know, and then Janado aabay go, correct I know. These are all different expressions of a different form of I know to acknowledge his response. They're not the same I knows. They're like the difference between bruh and bro. So it's so interesting. And I don't know if it's inherent in Japanese because there's no tonality. And what I mean by no tonality is what I mean is you can use your pitch accent for sure, and then maybe that, ka at the end for questions, like, and maybe like up and downs with ne, right? But in Chinese, because it's again similar to English, when it comes to tonality, functionally English speakers use tonality a lot, but they don't functionally ascribe it to very fixed situations, like pronouncing a word. So in Chinese, you still do that. I sound like a Twitch streamer if you ever hear me talk to my parents. Occasionally my parents would walk in and they would say something like, Dene, okay, abai. Oh, okay, abayo. Abayo, abayo. Janado wa. Janado wa. Abayo. That's my full conversation with my father. And you might be hearing like, oh, he just said the same in Japanese. I would say a lot of Japanese people would probably say, did he just say the same word like 4 times in a row? It sounds different, but it sounds like the same word over and over again. It's like, no, it's like 6 different words and 6 different phrases and 6 different responses, largely because you're leveraging tonality. And I think English speakers do this all the time. They do it so often that if I had to play my cards and like reveal my cards, I actually pay attention to when I'm speaking to someone in English. It's so telling. Like when they're speaking, they're saying the words, but they're meaning differently because they're associated with their tone. Their tone is changing. So, and that's why voice acting is so important, in my opinion, so varied. In English, it can be hit or miss because, in my opinion, not only do the voice actors have to take into account that people have different perceptions of English tonality all the time, most people are operating with intuition what English tonality sounds like. So when someone sounds happy, what do you think someone that sounds happy sounds like in English? They can say it with their words like, oh, I'm happy right now. It doesn't sound so convincing for a good majority of people, but for those who are very monotonous and monotone, they might say, oh yeah, I believe you. You're very happy. Or alternatively, man, I'm so happy right now. Or you don't even need this. Like, man, I am happy right now. I'm happy right now. I'm happy right now. Right? So pretty interesting. I think I would say growing up with a tonal language, it's very hard to unhear when talking to people in English. Like sometimes people would smile and say something. It's like, I don't believe you. Like, I know you long enough, like a close friend or something. I heard your voice and how you talk so long that I can intuit when you're saying something and you're lying. And not in the sense of lying in a bad way, but more like believing in what you're saying, but also saying something else because of the tone change in English. But it doesn't change the literal meaning of the English. And to me, that's really hard for a voice actor, for example, because the voice actor has to predict all of these things. In Japanese, there's some consistency. There's quite a lot of consistency. And that's why, in my opinion, I think nowadays listening to Japanese is really appealing, because if a Japanese person wants to sound serious, they kind of know when they're serious even without knowing the Japanese. So because the tonality change is very consistent. In English, it's like, wait, is this guy supposed to be angry or what? I'm a little confused. Like, man, this is garbage. This guy doesn't even sound emotional. Like, what does that even mean in English? Like, am I being emotional right now? I could be. I mean, I'm shortening my words a little bit, and I'm kind of holding up my breath a little bit and increasing the pitch, relatively speaking. But I think it would be kind of interesting to have someone who's multilingual who does these things. It's like, how do you I love watching people do impressions of each other. It's like, how does English sound to a Japanese person? And then how does a Japanese person, like the perspective shift, like literally what is it that they're hearing? And I hope one day I'll learn enough Japanese and Chinese and stuff to really be able to kind of make an impression and describe it in words. In English, I without a doubt, I know that when someone speaks to me in English, I hear something different. Then I hear different things about the English than someone who only speaks English and write in English. And it helps me a lot. Like when I'm in a voice chat, I hang out in Discord a lot, like in private Discord, and I try to get people to talk while we're like watching things or doing things. And since I can't see them, I rely on how they're speaking and in what way they're speaking. Because in English, there's so much flexibility in how you say the word, how you say different words put together, and also how you use your diction, right? Diction applies a lot to English. I don't know enough Japanese, but I feel like Japanese is far more restricted in diction in order to be more precise. So like, how do you express being angry but not angry, but distributing it in a polite way as to not offend the other person? You can probably get a sentence like that, and maybe 7 out of 10 times most people would agree that this is probably a great way to be critical about someone, but in a polite way, and you're saying it humbly. For example, in English, what does that look like? Or what does that sound like? Well, someone could say, hey, no offense, but you suck. Someone could say, you suck, but hear me out. I'm just trying to be honest, right? So And those are still the same words, but they're like arranged in a different order. Like, great. That's very helpful to, like, for example, that might not be so helpful to a Japanese person. Like, what the heck? Like, why would you put the suddenly put this clause back here? Aren't they the same thing? Like, for example, is it the same to say just being honest first and just being honest second, or just being honest at the end? And when I'm thinking of what I learned in Japanese now, I'm like, there's kind of only one place to place it most of the time, with like within the context of a single sentence. Like there's like, for example, in Chinese, a good example that is baked into Chinese is you have to say time towards the front. And after doing Duolingo for a while, when you're translating, you're like, oh, okay, so where am I gonna put the time? Am I gonna put it here? Am I gonna put it here? Or am I gonna put it here? But the feeling of this sentence makes me want to put the time at the end, not the beginning or in the middle. And when people speak, it's even more telling, because sometimes they put the stress in different places in the different sentences, and you kind of get a really great feeling about it. It's like, man, dude, yesterday I had a blast. Yesterday. So you know what? Oh no, I can't put this in the middle for yesterday. I need an example that allows me to put it in the middle. Like, at the time. So, at the time, I absolutely love it. I absolutely loved it at the time. I loved it at the time. Wait, I loved it. I love at the time. Oh no, I need a longer sentence. But you get the point. I think. I want to do that with Chinese. I don't know if you can though. I don't think you can do that with Japanese that much too. I think I'm really confused when definitely not Chinese. Definitely not Chinese. Like, it would be so confusing. I think for Chinese and Japanese you can swap them around. Like, for example, 我说, and it still makes sense though. I agree. It would make sense still. And yet it is not natural to do so. In English, that's kind of funny, because I wouldn't call it natural, because I don't think natural English, I think natural English is weird, and that's probably why. But like, if you say 我学习中文明年, right? 我学习中文明年. You're like, all right, there's something really wrong with that sentence. What's going on? What happened? And it's like 明年我学习中文, right? Because 明年 goes in the front. But meanwhile, when you're doing it in English, what does that tell me in English? It makes sense to me. I'm not sure if it still feels the same for Chinese people. It makes a sense to me because I speak English. Because all I hear is, next year I'm studying, or if I'm feeling a little lazy, they basically said I'm studying next year. And in English, I would say I'm studying next year more often than I'm saying next year I'm studying, because next year hasn't happened yet. So I'm studying is the more important thing, and then next year is when it happens. So the most important thing is you're considering about studying, and when is it going to happen? Next year. But in Chinese, you want to specify next year because you have no idea as to when you're doing that action. Because it's going to be translated as I'm going to study next year, or I will study next year. In Chinese, there's no way to know if it's will or going until you hear next year. So then someone's like, okay, you're saying something about studying, and then it's like, oh, next year. So now you have to go backwards and say, oh, you're going to study next year. I see. Makes sense. So they double back in the sentence. And in English, it's either. And their importance is different. So it has two different meanings. If you put next year in the beginning, that means it's very important that it is next year. They're talking about how they're looking in next year, and then they're talking about studying. So to me, that would say that they thought more about next year than they thought about studying. And for myself, I would say something, I would say a future time at the end, and focus on what I'm saying in the present. I don't know enough Japanese to appreciate that at all. So maybe in a year and a half or two, I might draw some parallels between how I speak in English versus how I speak in Chinese. And for the record, by the way, when you mix up, like, jumble up Japanese and jumble up Chinese and jumble up English with relation with each other, I don't think it makes, I still think it makes sense. And I feel like that's probably one of the benefits of, or one of the intuitions of having multiple languages, like learning multiple languages. You're ultimately, in my opinion, feel more flexible in it. It's like, I'll figure it out. Like, I had no problems when you were typing out that Japanese sentence. Like, I don't know what that sentence, I don't know what those characters read, but I'm pretty confident. Like, I'm pretty comfortable in knowing, like, I got the meaning of that. It's fine. I will one day, though, no kidding, no cap, start speaking, structuring my English after Japanese or Chinese when I'm thinking. I still read sentences like that. I read Japanese and Chinese sentences in the same structure, even if I'm translating. Like, it doesn't have to be in a complete sentence. This is kind of weird. That's kind of a weird situation. When someone's like, oh, the only way they can understand. That happens to you with Dutch, English, and Spanish? Yeah. Like, my parents would say something like, here's a great example. I'm sure you already encountered this. My parents would always say, like, oh, he go store. He out now. And I'm like, they're probably referring to my sister. You see how crazy that is, like, in my opinion. Like, someone's like, wait. He out now ends up being your sister? I'm like, yes, because in Chinese, pronouns are all the same. And also there aren't, like, prepositions. like who could my parents be referring to when like they walk in and say he out now? I'm like, probably my sister. Like, because you don't use gender is not going to inform you about it, even if my parents are using broken English. They left. Yeah, they left. Or something like 今天我 like, okay, today me. What do you mean today me? I say, oh, right now. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's the only message where they left to go shopping, but you're alone now. Yeah, they left, exactly. Yeah, it's such a good one. For English, like, I'm trying to translate some of the things my parents say. Us car out. Or something like far from here we are. Far from here it is. Or not worth trip too long. Not worth trip too long, or something like that. That's usually what I hear in English whenever I'm hearing my parents. Like, if they're saying something, say, "Oh, okay." Like, sure, not worth too long. Got it. Correct. Exactly. This is. It's something like I don't know. 真这个的 or something like that. I don't know enough Mandarin, unfortunately, or like I don't create it. It's almost 2 hours that you've been just like, it's fine, don't worry, we got this. All right, it's fine. Let's just, if you're not smiling and having fun talking about languages, why are you even voluntarily doing it in the first place? All right, let's. I got this. I've got this. It's nice to know where you are in your Japanese stuff. So, yeah, it's fun to know that you're going through your 2K. I guess now you're gonna go into your 6K at some point. Where we're at. I think at most Japanese wise 600. I would say average 600. I might have seen another 400 maybe like from immersion or exposure where I like assume what I presume what the meaning is until I get it. So I talk about this a little bit. I'm learning on stream. However, off stream, I told myself I'm already investing a lot of time. So off stream, I try to focus on using the things I know. And then everything that I don't know, I'll either write it down and say, oh yeah, this came up a lot, but I don't know what it is. But here are all the things I know regarding it. So oftentimes when I'm reading manga or seeing a subtitle or like a headline or something in Japanese, I would say, what do I know about this? Well, it has something to do with these meaning that I know now because of construction, like radicals and stuff. But I'm not going to go out of my way and say, oh, I should write that down in my Anki deck and learn the pronunciation and the pitch accent. I'll be like, it'll come with time. So I would say I probably know more than 600 characters lately. But the thing is, I don't know it in its completion. So, and when it comes up on WaniKani and stuff, it's kind of fun. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense now. Like that's kind of the feeling I get when I'm not streaming. I do participate in immersion and comprehensible input, but I don't complete I don't like chase after completion or pedanticness. I don't go to my dictionary if I don't know everything about this character. I know this character in this context, so that's as much as I'm going to get. And then when WaniKani comes up and the vocabulary word shows up, I'm like, oh, that explains the rest of the stuff. And it's really fun. And I repeat this process pretty much for all 3 languages. You do Anki during commute or before or after bedtime and lurk in Japanese streams? Well, that's fantastic. You know, that's like me watching One Piece while I'm playing, when I'm doing my dailies. Os? Oh, are you an Os person? Okay, so let me give you a hot take here. Long story short, I played Os for a very long time before, but I met 2 goobers who also played Os. And Os, this one goober lives and breathes. This is one of his favorite pastimes. And he really likes emotes. That's kind of a behavioral trend that's associated with it. And since you can see that, you probably have like a 7TV extension. I let him choose the emotes. So whenever he's like streaming and he does like all the emotes and whatnot, it also is added to my stream. So whatever comes up every once in a while when your emotes and your words get replaced, it's not my fault. I'm kidding. I let him. So occasionally someone would say like "ain't no way" and it comes out as "ain't Norway," and it is, it's kind of fun. But he is easily top 500, right? Top 500 if you were keeping to it. But yeah, I used to play OS. Do you play OS? Or have played OS or looked at OS? It's a fairly common trend to be associated. You have played? I see. I don't even know what that's like anymore. It's been like 3 years. Maybe you stopped? Yeah, me too. Not because it's not interesting and that like I wouldn't play it anymore. I didn't nowadays, because of streaming and sharing things with people, the only reason I stop for something, most of the time, 90% of the time, the only reason I stop is because something else more interesting came along. I want to give an idea. I think the more common thing for people to do when they're younger is the thing that they like is no longer interesting, so they're looking for new things. I stop doing something because something else even more interesting comes along. Rarely do I stop. I would still be playing OS now if there wasn't any other interesting thing that came along. We might go back to it one of these days. See how far things have changed. I don't remember when I stopped. I guess maybe I was trying to get to 1K. No, to 10K. So like to get to the coveted four digit or something. To the 4 digits. You only play like few songs and stop nowadays? Fair enough. Yeah, most of the songs, like I like listening to the songs more than I played OS. Not that's a pretty high praise for OS. Like I absolutely love music and listening to sound and whatnot. Provided that it doesn't make my ears bleed and destroy my hearing. I enjoy listening. So OS has always been like a really weird mixed bag where I get easily distracted by the music in a different way that is not conducive to playing. One last thing. I treat music like I treat this kanji here. Sometimes when I hear the music, I don't hear the whole thing. I hear something and then something else. So when I'm tapping and playing to OS, my rhythm slightly changes and whatnot, and it's become a impediment. Like I add extra beats here, There's a lot of improvisation, and in a rhythm game, that's absolutely egregiously terrible. Much like my relationship with Japanese at the moment, where sometimes my pitch is going to be pitchy, and then I really don't worry about pitch accent a lot because I know it's going to be inherent. I have a feeling it's going to be inherently pitchy. It doesn't hurt me, but it might seem a little off-putting to other people. I tend to try my best, but I know that's kind of an inherent thing. I don't know if you ever do that. I love how crazy good people are when they hear a piece of music and they can like immediately recite the lyrics and like drum on beat and maintain that beat. if I listen to a piece of music and you ask me to play it back, it's gonna sound sort of like the music, but then there's improvisation in between. Like I'll jump a beat here and then like slow down slightly here and speed up here and there, and oh, I'm just gonna change an octave here, and then I'm gonna choose to harmonize here. So my brain ends up skipping or adding things, but I capture the essence of the music. And I kind of like listening to music when I was playing OS. Not great for gameplay though. You know, crap misses here and there. I sometimes I'm not even sure if I choke on an OS map or I decided it just sounds better with one extra tap here. Like, oh, you're doing triples, why not sixths? It's like, oh, you're doing doubles here, why not quads? Like, because, you know. Oh, and even crazier is when a song like crescendos, you know how like a song is building up, I crap miss all the time. Like I wanted to go, like I wanted to build up faster, but it's building up regularly, you know, like an EDM track or something. When you're going up to beat drop, when you go up to beat drop, it actually stays the same. The moment, but the music makes me want to go faster, like go from doubles to quads to eighths, right? Go to double, fourths, and eighths to make it. But when you're playing the map stays as a steady BPM. So all those things, weird. I'm a terrible classically trained violinist musician. You give me sheet music and it's probably one of the most challenging things I have to do. Basically to reproduce. The nice thing about sheet music is at least it's written. It's written there, so it keeps me in track. I think what made classical music as a violinist back then manageable is because I had sheet music. Just like in Japanese is written, Mandarin is written. That's fantastic. My Fujianese is not written, so it's like all over the place. Sometimes when I say gold, it sounds like silver, and then silver can sound like gold. So occasionally my parents are like, do you mean silver or gold? I'm like, oh, like, and I would just repeat the word again. It's like, I know you're saying gold, and it's like, there you go, now you're saying silver. And then how do you remove all that? Easy. Now you don't have to worry about it. Just write it down. Sorry, I just learned silver yesterday, so in Chinese, like, all right. Anyways, writing is still important to me. Writing is helpful to me. Maybe not important to a lot of people. I literally did that recently. I told my parents, like, how do you say sentence? I'm like, 句子. Like, how you say 句子? And they're like, 句子? What the heck is that? I'm like, this. And I literally wrote it. I actually used my phone and I brought up a notepad and I just wrote it. I'm like, this. How you say this? Remove all doubt. And then your handwriting comes into play. But the nice thing about smartphones is if you scribble something, you can transcribe it and then it'll find the closest text. So what happens is I did manual input and then hit it, and then they transcribed it into a character, right, in a font. So it removes doubt. Okay. All right. So what is this? Return stuff. Response. NG.
返事
In. Katsu. No, Katsu.
勝つ
Katsu.
かな
Ana.
使う
Scout. Hold. When it's a predicate, I have problems. Not enough context. So we have attach, right? But do I have anything off the coup? I don't think so. Attach something would be, or to be attached. That's what I would go with. Probably to. And then what is being attached? Good. It's good. It. Saru.
猿
Saru. It's good.
つく
Oh, speaking of inside. Chicken.
実験
Oh, this is cool. This is cool as well.
つく
It's cool. Oh, that one doesn't appear yet on Anki. Oh, really? Interesting. This is to be helped. Multiple ways to talk about this. I want to say every time and every degree, but how is every degree interpreted? Maybe not. The stare. Maybe not, actually. Just stick with every time. Each time. Right? Each time or every time. And that would mean frequently. I don't think there's a pivot to using the degrees. Other than every degree of time. Indo. Ne? No. Kindo? Or is it Michi? Shortcut. One's Kindo. No, it could be Chika. Oh, no, it's Chika. Chikamichi. Indo sounds awful. Chikamichi.
近道
It doesn't sound that bad. I'm saying it doesn't sound like it. That's not what that looks like. Gashi.
Maido.
Idol.
重要。
重要。
うち。
ち。Yeah, 必要。
必要。
助かる。
助かる。重い。
重い。ね。好き好き。役場。
役場
20。
20。教わる。
教わる
Why are you so quiet today? Huh. The audio is slightly... Maybe this song, this background is just very loud. Itsuki. Tsuki. Tsuki.
次々。
Kitsuki. Okay. Right? Kenkyu. Oh. Kenkyusho.
研究所。
I can. Ne? Oh. Yeah, yeah.
体験。
I can. I was asking myself if it had rendaku or not. Sendak. Hold. How do I know? I don't think it's to be taught something, but oh wait, yeah, it is to be taught something, right? I could write to be taught something or to learn something. Yeah, no, that's fine. Kinsho. Oh no, kinjo. Sendaku.
近所
Soko. Shime? Ain't no way this is shime. Is it? Shime. No, it's shime. Shime. What else could it be? Nama? Oh, no. I don't think I have another read for... It's the... I don't know what you typed on. Hold. I gotta think. Yeah, this one's kind of weak. Only because I'm not confident, right? So this is clan plus name, or you could also say clan slash surname plus, we're not, kind of just name plus surname equals full name. And I want to say it's Shime. The downside about this meh is because I have some nightmares with meh. Yeah, that's just kind of how we're gonna have to go.
氏名
Shime. Okay, it's fine. It's a little weak. It's a little weak. Wait. Departure cell? I thought they used chu for that. Or chutsu. Oh, maybe I'm confusing this with Chinese now. I mean, that does make sense too, to have a sale. Oh, sell. Buy. So... Thai. Or no. No, this is... That sounds awful. It's Hatsubai. No change. Hatsubai. Winner chicken dinner.
全部
Denbu.
発売
Hatsubai. San. I went into a full digression off of this yesterday. Unhealthy. Okay. Jitsu. 出力. Yeah, 実力. Why do I keep adding? Ooh, there. I paused on this because it is unclear. Why did I pause on this? I paused on this because it is unclear if there was a shortening, which I don't think there was. Like, 実力. There are two that don't shorten, and one was Hatsubai and 実力.
実力
実力 인정. Yo. It still says jitsu.
実
Jitsu. This changes. Yeah? Hot. No, Hatsuyo. Hatsusho. Hot. Sho. Ooh, wait. Oh, no. Itsu. Sho. There's shortening here. Sho.
必勝
Isho. Shosha. Ne? What am I thinking of with the shoe? There was a shoe one. Shosha. Fine.
勝者
Winner. Meh. This is too. This one's to decide, right? Because ma is to be decided. Yeah, so we got Kimaru and Kimeru. This one goes fine. This is transitive.
人
Oh. 決める
決める
話。試験
試験
話。
話
勝負。music。勝負。連絡。
勝負
assistant. Oh, this is the shoe. Joshu.
助手
Joshu. Oh, yeah, Joshu. Whoops. Joshu. This is different. So we have to take something, but this is to receive something, right? And transit. Although I think both of them kind of. Okay, hold on. Yeah, these two are the two that are gonna come up. The other one is this is tsukeru, but there's also tsuketoru. And there's a slight granularity between them. So this is wait, not tsukeru. Ukeru. Ukeru and uketoru. Yes, this is the uni receiving an education.
受ける
Ukeru. Main point. Yoten.
要点
Yotto. Oh, I can't remember from like a dragon's. Chotto matte. Chotto matte kudasai. As you run away, and as you run away with from Hikaru, or oh no, what was her name? Oh no, I haven't heard that name in so long that I forgot her name. I think her name was Hikaru. Awamura? I'm thinking of Like a Dragon. It's whenever you have to do like the new game plus thing and finish all the mini games and stuff, you're just like running away from her the entire time. And she's like, Chotto mate. Mate yo. Like, no. We're running. Pick up those legs. What is this? Temporary determine assumption.
いる
You do. Ate? That sounds fine.
家庭
Ate. Distant. This is to receive something. But it overlaps with the other one too.
Oyogu
Oyogu. Spicy taste. Karakuchi no rendaku.
辛口
Ichibanme.
1番目
Okay. This is to exchange something. We're gonna use exchange something. Sekai.
変える
Kaeru. Nando.
世界
Sekai.
何度
Nando. Oh, stuff is true. These are facts.
事実
Jijitsu. All right, we got 38. We're collecting 38 from our digression. Yes, yeah, let's go. Okay. Nanji.
何時
Oh no, these are really far back. Okay. So, all right. It's transitive, right? So, it's transitive. I'm intransitive. It's intransitive, right? So, since it's intransitive, I could say to stop. Right? I'm making the habit of pausing on predicates because there's not much conjugation when it comes to not much grouping when it comes to predicates. This is Tomaru. Yeah, it's just to stop because the other one would be to stop something. So we're gonna do to stop. It's definitely Tomaru. Tateru. Take a stand? To stand up? Oh, to stand something up is probably. This is transitive, right? To stand something up. And it's still tateru.
Tateru
Toki?
Toki
Toki. Maru.
止まる
What the heck? Why am I drawing a blank on this? A pod. That was not good. Simultaneous or same time? Oops. You stand something up. Doji?
同時
Okay. Daishu. Flat day. What the heck is a flat day? Heijitsu. Daytime or weekdays. Weekdays are flat days, right?
平日
Heijitsu. Sore? Okay. Some part of me want to say Daifu, but that's awful. It kind of reminds me of Fusen, but you know, oh no, this is Daifu. It's Typhoon. But was it Daifu or was it Taifu? Did we swap it up? Oh no. I don't actually know. Like, some part of me, my soul tells me it should be Dai. My soul tells me it should be Dai. But my objectivity tells me there's a reason why I stopped on this. Because it's not Dai. It's probably Tai. It's Taifu.
台風
Yes, Taifu. Because it's closer to typhoon. Fault. Fault. Like to be wrong? Okay, this one isn't great. So we're taking what looks like fault plus ooh. I'm gonna take a guess. Oh wait. How do I even know what the read is for this? Alright, well we'll go off with it's like to be wrong. Right? Does that help? What are you at fault for? Oh, Utsu. No. Is it Utsu? Utsu. Utsu. What are you at fault for? For being noisy, maybe? Because you want to be a beatboxer or something? Is that where we're going? It's your fault for being rude? Or is it Shitsu? No, that just sounds... Yeah, this one's weak. I think this is our only usage of this character. At the moment. I half want to say it deals with beatboxing. This one kind of sucks. It's who? Can't think of anything else. That's Oh, I know what this is. I remember the mnemonic now. It's not to be wrong. It's okay. So I can think of this. So it's a fault, right? But whose fault is it? It's the cow's fault. Because of the cow, you lost the ring. Wait. It's the cow's fault. Wait. So it's definitely Ushi something. Ushi, it's the cow's ring now or something. And that is to lose something. Which then that translates to Ushino. This one, it's bad. It's very, I think. So you're definitely losing something, right? So it's Ushi, which is the cow, and it's the cow's ring now, right? Ushino. Ah, it's not. Oh, no, it is! I had a typo! It's definitely Usino. I'm not gonna even look at it. It's fine. This is why you need double check. I tried so hard on that one. It's Ushino. I just typoed so terribly. Feels bad, man. I'm convinced it is. Flat? Taida? This is Taida, right? Flat. Laishu. Oops. I'm so upset that there was a typo at the end. Do they want 1 o'clock or 1 time for this? Oh, this is gonna trigger me. This is gonna trigger me if this is 1 time and as opposed to 1 o'clock. I guess we're doing a 50-50 here, right? Well, it's not really a 50-50. Maybe. One time would overlap with Ikai. So maybe they want 1 o'clock here. I'm gonna get so triggered. We'll go with the safe one. Oh, I have my Spanish keyboard still activated. Okay. Okay. Fine.
平ら
That was a special one, actually. But the mnemonic is using a proper noun, and a proper noun is very, very identifiable. They were using Tyra Banks. I'm so upset. I'm really upset about that typo. I am I worked so hard.
1時
GG. So upset. Wait, is this meat? Imasugu, right?
今すぐ
Imasugu. Imasugu. How do you write this in English? What are we using for imasugu? Maybe. Okay, so let's go over some. So ima now. Kongetsu this month. Kyo today. Imasugu at once, right? Or all at once, or right? Imasugu. Konkai this time. Imamade up until now, like until now. Kotoshi this year. Onya the night. Onshu I had this week. Ondo, which I just did right this time, or like next time. And then got a new one, Kesa, this morning. Yeah, Imasugu. What else could it? What other things? It is definitely at once, but it could mean other things. Lacking point. This drawback too. It was one where shortcoming. Actually, does it have shortcoming? Faults, drawback, shortcoming. Okay. Kit 10. Kit to 10 sounds awful.
欠点
Kit 10. Big energy. Key. Okay, what's wrong with big energy? Reminds me of lively or energetic, but I don't know which one they ended up using for lively and energetic. Right? Oh no. It could go Aiki. It could go non-energetic and They could go sky. We're thinking energy in the sky. Like go a key for the air. Which then that would make it the atmosphere. Not sure if this qualifies as space.
大気
Taiki sounds like atmosphere, as opposed to going with the energy within. Ushino.
失う
I'm so upset about this. I want to flip a table. This is the tree one, right? Oh. Use tag. That's it. I sent you. What else can you say about this? Right now, immediately, right away. Okay. Alright. Okay, that's fine. Imasuku. This is special. Dendaku? Is that why? Kazan. Kazan.
火山
Kazan. Okay. We didn't know where the pitch accent was. I'm trying not to get triggered by Ushino. It's gonna be so long for now. It's gonna sit with me so much. Ushino is gonna burn into my soul. And thread. Oh, fur thread. Wool. Do they want like wool yarn? Okay. This is atmosphere. Big energy is going to fill up that. This one's kind of rough. I think I could go down the rabbit hole with this one. I'm gonna write this down. So big plus energy. You want to fill up the atmosphere. And then Taiki with no Rendaku or change at all. Intriguing. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, is this just life? Please tell me just life. We're back to the scary life thing. All right, let's go through my life stuff, right? So we have Nama. Okay, here we go. So Nama, or like fresh or alive. So Nama biru, right? Nama, and then we have one's life, which is jinsei, and then we have some predicates as well. What were they? U. So umareru is to be born, because it's intransitive. And that's related to umare, which is a birthplace. What else we got? We got like ichinensei, nensei for like a year student. Ichinensei would be first year student. Then we have sensei, teacher. I don't even know how that works out, sensei. But it's a life as a centaur. And then we have to live, which is ikiru. Ikiru is to live. Gakusei, student study, student life. And then we have to give birth, which is transitive. Umu. Then we have the non-traditional one, Isho, which is what? Life? Whole life? Isho. Isho. And then we have this, which is Seiketsu. Seikatsu. Seikatsu. Because cats. No change. We also have personal life, if I remember. Personal life, which is what the she personal life is watashi no plus that. No, it's just she. Shiseketsu. Shisekatsu. Shisekatsu. There's grow, haidu. Haidu. And then we had like Shogakusei and Jugakusei and Daigakusei. So those are materials. And then the special, right? What is it? Iji for material. Life insurance, which was life and preserve put together, which is Seiho. And there's one Seibutsu for living things. So most troublesome ones deal with life. Like life as in life. So this is life. Seikatsu. And then the other one is born. Born is the weak one. Seikatsu is seikatsu.
生活
Which is life. Volcano. Do I really want to write that down? Yeah, I should write that down. But that's still fairly weak. I'm still not greatest. So, let's see. Life plus lively equals life is seikatsu. Alright. Bihan.
2時半 ゾ
So,
ウ先週
Senshu. Wait, hold. You would think is Moito. But no, but we don't have Ito. No, Ito is Kun, so this is probably Keito. Kun? There's no way it's Moito. That sounds so weird. Right now. Keito. Are you double Kun because Ito is weird? Do I even have an Onyomi for thread? What is the Onyomi for thread? I don't even think I have that read. Yeah, we're gonna
ケイト
Keito. Okay, now we have Express. Wait. Are you Express? Oh. Why do you look slightly different? Because you are! This is wheat, isn't it? It's wheat. I should have thought about it longer. It's freaking wheat. Freaking wheat. That's a whoops, isn't it? Are you whoopsing me? Yeah, this is definitely one of those. Yeah, it's not the one. It's what is this wheat one? Oof. Wheat. What is the onyomi for wheat? Bay? No. Bay is rice, right? No. Yes. No. I can figure this out though. I totally figured it because we already know what's wrong. It was a 50-50. This is the wheat as in you're counting out the wheats for the winter, counting out the stuff for the winter to make sure everyone has enough wheat. So it's mugi. Uh, sucks. Very sucks. All right. So are we going to key for this? Sword 7. I've lost all confidence now. It's gone. It's all downhill from here. Key. I want to say they just went straight to key. Nope. They did not. Okay. Do? It could just be do. To. It could be to. Why do I think it's to? I need some substance. Hang on 1 second. All right. So what was it? No, I should write the last one down. So wheat. I messed up on wheat, which is we're thinking about winter plus grain, and that leads to mug, which leads to mugi. That's two kanjis. Usually kanji is near 99%, so these are kind of rough. So this is cut, which I see a sword and 7, where you cut things into 7 things. But what the heck? How do I connect that back to... So I see sword and 7, right? So it's something like shaping something. Oh, setsu. We'll just use Tai setsu. It's setsu. Is it something like you cut into 7 sets of things? It's sets of things, but I don't know how that relates. You cut them into pairs and give sets. Okay. I just cut it into 7 things. Just divide them. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. That's good enough. Am I worried about this one? I'm not really worried about this one. I'm worried about the wheat though. Wheat. Yikes. When was the last time I used wheat? I think it's only once. And it's for wheat. Crescent moon. Oh no. Oh wait. I can reason this. Moon is very important. So, but I think this one, I feel like this one is okay. Oh, no, it's not. It's like, Muka? No, Mika? Mikagetsu? Or Mikatsuki? Oh no. Oh no. It was like a modified 3rd day. Oh, Mika? This is where I flip some tables. I need like a table flip emote. I should draw the table flip emote at some point. That'll be the first we'll make it like the first. It's definitely ski. I'll make it my first animated emote. It's like a red panda flipping the table. This is Mika and then Tsuki, but Tsuki is second, so it's going to be Zuki. Mikatsuki. Mikatsuki. Mikazuki. That's kind of rough, actually. Let's write that down. It's a special one, so 3 plus day plus moon. Oh, you thought it was Mikagetsu. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, so it's special. That's what I meant by the shortened Mika. There's no mitsu, like the tsu in between, so it gets truncated, and then you have to rendaku the tsuki. All the moon ones are not hot, like the standalone moon ones are not hot. So I always pause on them just in case. This is 3-day moon, which is crescent moon. Crescent moon. And what do we have? We got Mikazuki. Mikazuki. Ooh, that one is a tough one. Are you still next? You better be next. Okay. You better be cut. Jeez. Which one can I use for this? Corner or angle? So kaku is the thing, so I'm guessing it defaults to angle. This is where I start adding synonyms, but I'm not sure if I added the synonyms. This will be the last time. Oh no, tomorrow will be the last time I'm going to be doing these stops like in this way. It's going to be different. In the future, I'm going to take the 50-50. So I'm just going to take the 50-50. If it's wrong, I double check it, add the synonym, and move along. Because this way is too... It blocks off too much time when I keep doing this. I mean, it is very different, but at the same time, I don't like negotiating constantly. Like right here, this would be a negotiation. It's a 50-50 between corner and angle. And it's not quite clear they have both, right? Although, they have to have both. Right? Okay, they do. Oh, antlers. I haven't even used in the context of an antler yet. Or a horn. I'm not sure if this also... Oh, yeah, antler. Yeah, horn. Yeah. That's where the horn thing comes from. In Hansa Hero, we are a bridged angle, corner, and horn at the same time. So, that kind of makes sense. These types of horns. Not the blowing horns. Although... on the Hansa Hero side of things, it's kind of... I think they're also referring to the horn. Because horns... that traditional horn is the shape of a horn. So... yeah. Sono... ah, man. Sonohoka. Don't like... man, I don't know how to phrase sonohoka. So this one is not it's just that other, the other. Maybe other than that. Other than that sounds kind of good. Other sonohoka.
その他
This kaku. Mr. She?
し
She. Heckin' wheat! I'm so upset. The other. Mugi. Kaze. Crescent moon. I can't spell crescent. Kaze.
風
Shumatsu.
週末
Shumatsu.
じ
Oh, I'm so triggered. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Alright, let's see if tomorrow is peak day. How do I determine if tomorrow is peak day? It's 2 days away. Okay, so this is 2 days away. So tomorrow is not peak day for that. 2 days. 2 days. Or, oh, some of them are going to. So half of them are going to. Because I had that digression, right? Yeah, 21 hours. From now? No. There's a chance I'm going to bypass them. Oh, it's at 4 p.m. It's one of these times. So it could be an extended day tomorrow. Okay. So this time around, it's not as you know what? I could do the thing first then do the WaniKani lesson. So then it'll just flow in. I could start with the bit before going into the WaniKani lesson. That's probably the way we're gonna go about it, and then make certain, just commit to it. So we're gonna take a bye day on Duolingo Spanish tomorrow. This is a pretty good day. We reconvene. Yeah. So we'll do it after as opposed to before. Oh, that was from yesterday. I kind of went off a little bit. All right, Monix, Tombstone. I gotta go to the bathroom. Sorry. Tombstone. Tombstone, Kiss, Beans, Alcohol, Landslide, freaking Geoduck, Music, Dynamite, Sick, Stairs, Bundle, Turkey, Fault. Ooh, Fault. Ooh. Okay. Sell, Chinese. Okay. Let's do our reads. So. Ko shi o in wait shu en a un kai no yo ryo ka san bun mon go na then yoko sho shin sai q. All right, and then we got some disappointment. Bathe in the disappointment. How come I didn't? Oh yeah, there it is. Bathe, swim, smell the disappointment. Smell the disappointment. All right, okay. The heck was clan? Clan plus surname? Oh. Ne. Shime. Shime. Okay. What was it? Fault? It's kind of funny. I quite literally used this as an example today when we were talking about things that are similar and can be confused. Ushi. Man, this one is such a weird one though. Ushina. Ushino. That typo hurts so much. To lose something. And then what else we got? Big energy. I think this one, of all the big ones that dealing with sky, it's probably this one. I would likely get confused. Aiki. Atmosphere. We have life and lively, of course. Which lively is it? Oh. Say. Nope. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Say. Katsu. Say katsu. There's life. I think we're okay for now with this. I think the one we can pivot to life and personal life would be to add shi to it. So shiseikatsu or personal life. And then heckin' wheat. Oh my gosh, man. I can't even write it. Maybe it's both. Or... Wheat. Mugi. And then 3. So. Right, sun. Oh, no, not sun. Mika. Zuki. Present. Oh, I can't spell crescent. How do I spell crescent? Crescent moon. Alright. Alright. We good. Today was nice. A little bit too much of embellishment, but we're all good. We'll get it. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani in Japanese today. Got a little digression in the middle about stuff, and then in the beginning, you know, talking about motivations, necessity, sufficiency, and idealism, and or arbitrariness in one's expectations, right? And then in the middle, got a little fun talking and comparing and contrasting Chinese, Japanese, and English. Threw in a bit of Spanish here and there too, because I have some Spanish thoughts that I have to negotiate before this evening. Have that review in this evening, the tentative takes. All right. So you're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Otherwise, you know, feel free to follow along. Drop your hot takes. Be ready to discuss. If you're only interested in Japanese, right? Minasan, mata ne. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I will be back. Probably get some for Hanzuhiro. Thank you.